Alright, here we are. Technically an hour late, but that's why I delayed it. There's a main reason behind that, and that's mainly because I was over at my GF, so I had to get back over to my place, so, you know. Hey Lucy, how you doing? Bet you can make it? But yeah, we're gonna try to get this case done today. Just give me one moment. I need to open something up. I'm doing a pretty alright, despite not having the best of sleeps last night, but regardless, I'm okay. I'm okay. Alright, so we're on trial part 2, I believe? Yes, pretty sure. Pretty sure. And I'm glad you're doing good. Alright. Oh, I guess let's get this started then. Let's go. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than the both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. It's more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. So was there a simple explanation, or perhaps it was deliberate omission? Oh dear, if it was deliberate, what's me in the mind of the last case we worked on? Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them? Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of the deception, I suppose. Two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to the tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the Inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well. And there's the whole issue with Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? Is Cosma perhaps a lapdog? Perhaps? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Zudo? Yes. Let's go then. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak von Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Aosogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. He's eating spaghetti. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France. Whack. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. Whack. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. Wait. So you're telling me you got a French dude and an Italian dude working together in this whole Red-Headed League thing? Whack. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temis are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of this world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do. So that's the only reason for the whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Hilarious brothers. Okay, buddies. Si, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Eh, Chi? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes, Evivia? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the Hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Bello, there is the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, huh, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words. Court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, Siska. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alas, I will explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both had the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Oui, those dogs. One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head. Si es bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week about the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, titled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, Siska, I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the League is having flame-colored hair. And then if you satisfy the interview panel, you are admitted into the League. You could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money, the rats. It was a plan most elegant, none? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. And on the day in which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. Why did I say it like that? Si. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. Dederusso and Mr. Dederossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the lord. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, so... we had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this, photograph, eh, couple? None, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. I mean, are you sure? If you said there was like 1,000 frickin' redheads there, that would be very strange that you would not have been able to see him. But whatever. Allora, this victim has done nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Alright then. You've given sworn testimony that the man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Aha! I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with a cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Well, you gotta do it. Alright. So, let me see. Elaborate.
Hold it!
According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. How would you know that you have not seen this man before? Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there's some other information you could give us, maybe that we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? Now you're just freaking lying to me. You see, it was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color. Then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Ozma said these two had only been shown that photograph and that they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? Let's try profession. I don't think they know that unless they actually interviewed him. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph? A detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper of suspicion and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. I'm sorry, but your friend begs to differ.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. Diderossi? Chi? See, I am always added something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he say? How about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But the Wyatt couple, what is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. Haha! They did see him. They did. They did. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. He's simple. A man who was at the parks. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Liar! Basta, couple, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when is the time to eat the pasta? No one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Yeah. Trap that. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. Thinner? Wait. Wait. Who would that be then? Thinner. Wait a minute. Gossip looks familiar. Yeah. It's almost like he's wearing a disguise or something. Because that hair is way too similar. I just freaking noticed that. That's way too similar. No semblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. But I don't know, maybe we'll have Gossip come back in again and we'll actually find out who he really is. Who knows? I don't know. See, the capo here. He doesn't take a nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Setor Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? What happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical. And look here, is the identification. So you stole it from the man. Yeah, they're coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed. Person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Let me see. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias. Wait. No. That's what? Wait, what? This is Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? The department identification number details are all correct as well. So when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Weird. I'm sorry, buddy, but you're wrong.
Objection.
Those are the genuine papers. So sorry there. Wonder if I can ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is in your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification be stolen. That is the boss's, no question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Lars! Order! Order! But the boss had his identification stolen. He would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose Summit, report it at once, he'd say. Unless he was unable to. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, eh? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! Order! 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 Vance posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Oui. I know a nothing. I've done a nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu. You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? Now I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Let me stop your whining and start talking. Well, I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. Certainly a crying bunch of master criminals, that's for sure. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. God, what a freaking couple. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But no, no. He was not like the prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. A couple? He was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oh, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong, but one a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Peppino. It's not fair. Capo. It's Capo. Duh. You shall have plenty of time for swallowing back at prison, gentlemen. Oof, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counter defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Elaborate. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Well, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The Fosso Inspector, he was a real piece of the work, eh, Capo? What happened? Uffa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, being son, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't. Shoot the man in your haste, did you? So, what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Well, your buddy's got something to say about that. Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Hey, me? Something Mr. DeRosso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strange than usual. Cavallo! At times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak up from a personal esperienza. Personal experience? That's it enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. I was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. Shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo? Bruises, you say? Ah, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fastistical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't. You do. Now. Allora, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Echo? You see? You're still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes he is very... I said, that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Council? Let me think. Do you have anything? No. I'm gonna say it's important because that feels important anyway. Mr. DeRossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Aye, capo? You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Very well, you want to amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. See, if you really want to know. Her escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back like what he did to me, see? I don't see any marks on his neck. I'm not seeing any marks on his neck. I'm sorry, but that is not who we're talking about.
Objection.
There are no marks on that neck. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gresson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, he was not like that. He was out of prison. It was an invitation to stay. He was only. However you describe it, there's one declaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Council? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. There is no marks on his neck. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the color of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But I tell you what, we see this from the beginning, many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man is a photograph. He is summoning to the man we held captives that night. Are we to say then it was an imposter? It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on the Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection.
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen such an important item from the inspector. Unless... Oh. Hey Darth, how you doing? I'm good. Sorry I didn't notice yet. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen an important item from the inspector. Unless the inspector was already dead. And they took his identification. Prosecution made that assertion itself. And we all know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. We're the real inspector who these two red-headed gentlemen encountered. The ID is also an imposter. It just turned into the legit thing. The fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Defense have some plausible explanation, counsel. The whole thing defies explanation. It's precisely in these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by the information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you're apparently seeing? Who exactly was this imposter that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? An imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. The person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that night cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is... Who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, That's alright. We tell the same story every time. Where this man is, the couple dragged him out from the pillar to the post for the dog collar. Wait. Oh! Guess who has a red mark on their neck? Gossip! Ooh. He was the frickin' imposter. Won't do it, Peppino. That was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who is that falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel of the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Gossip.
Take that!
It's obvious. Goodness me. Isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems a probable yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? Defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Bailiff? Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately. Yeah, that's pretty similar. Well, I never. An unable ring of the bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, ain't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you grew up all the sun has been explained to you. I am somewhat about that inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in bigger trouble, eh, couple? It's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The man who claims to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see. You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? Unless they're also fake. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I'm no interested in any Red-Headed League. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why do I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does not look like a carry off a disguise with a face like this. We'll see, buddy. We'll see. We shall see. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What did I have been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief conversation, I think, Counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfast at your side, as always, Mr. Naruto. I want to press this.
Hold it!
So you've heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few Reddit heads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sanders caught up for it. Well, he does seem to have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me signing off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Oh, somebody has something to say.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRusso. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near Zavok. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip was a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, Sean. I've never listed Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You're mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. I don't know if anybody has the same freaking face as you, buddy. That's a big freaking lip. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. In fact, his name is Hugh Bolton. Huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Oh. You're Hugh Bone. I'm a peddler at Tippet's Commemoration, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. Aforementioned names shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Objection!
Sorry, but we know where that name comes from. Sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you simply object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Yeah. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. Just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You too? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Aye? If any either was so vulgar, is not a me. Sink again, Pipino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony and include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder selling yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. Indeedo. Well, actually, it gives us reason to, like,
Objection!
Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Never mind. Whoops. I guess I missed something on the freaking photograph or something. I don't know. Yeah, get through it. Get through it. Come on. I get it. I get it. I didn't look hard enough on it or something. I don't know. Let me see. Clearly it has something to do with this. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, I did it on the wrong freaking thing, of course. Sorry, but you have a freaking wife.
Objection!
You have a wife, buddy. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Probably. 'Cause you're Mr. Daily Vigil, aren't ya? You're our missing man. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that is, this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection.
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Unless said features are also fake.
Objection.
But what if we were to look at the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Aha! Ha ha ha! Gotcha! Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make it an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Gotcha. But witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it, Mr. Daily Vigil? I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Yeah. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution to nervous in preparation for the testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Shenwich were all homeless. But important witnesses in this case, we needed to know whether we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, you just hold on a minute. I don't have the first... What am I talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off the disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Stop. Get off, please. Don't. Nice. Yep, there he is. There's our missing man. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the courts. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League's enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared to be before Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park was you, disguised as an inspector, or rather, was you posing the inspector in no disguise at all? And how did you come upon his identification papers then? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at a Barclay prison. Chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand selling wares on Fresno Street. My wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I've opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could to find on Fresno Street. Seen the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transfer myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. Well, that explains it. Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson, what on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew of him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasingly regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Why? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxis tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. Fair. That explains why you had the papers. Sure, since we're to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard Inspector really relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I do not do it, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Which clearly did happen. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Then who is the killer? Well, seeing this convention completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Aosugi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed League men when they were in prison, the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of this inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fence, for proving it. What? Welcome to freaking hell. Indeed, it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Ugh. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Huh? Oh! Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? Concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The professor. The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh. Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. The defense concur, counsel. Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. His Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Aosugi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. An defense has no objection. See. In that case, we'll answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. No. You did not resign. You were dismissed. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Stop striking this strange, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But I've forgotten the reason why you left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why, when we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. You mean to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it. No idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, time to get a look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. The dismissal.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Blarclay. No, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. Dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you surprised was on 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, on simply executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes, yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 7th of June, 10 years ago. Now is the time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It's complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. But what? Order, order, order. Did you mean to say, mister, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles, about a man who had seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. Surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery. At plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening and a few days after execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you know. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. Next thing I know, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Whoa, buddy. got a freaking breakdown. A real life mental breakdown. Pela, fetch the doctor at once. Orders adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Sure seems like it. Well, let's get to the next bit then. Still can't quite believe that what just happened. You know, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno! Oh, Iris. You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When he came out of the courtroom back in the Venus antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He suddenly sprung to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of the Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Where the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What's that mean? I think it means the more you try to find out about like the truth, the more ugly it becomes. 'Cause the truth isn't sweet. Something like that. So it's very well when you open someone else's wounds, you often open your own too. You just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. That's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I've always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Or Mr. Sholmes? Sure, that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Fine enough. Fine. Oh, yeah, let's talk. So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Goody. Yes, that's right. Managed to uncover several new facts as well. Really? There was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? Day before? That should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? According to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? Turns out that little room was actually an inspector's secret office. Sounds like it all has the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. And why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Never imagined I might have to be investigating Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. You mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the Inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. He was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? It's actually an alibi. My, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. Why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I thought he was just this harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Vanzies felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. Asked Mr. Sholmes if he could help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? You know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And then, 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was constantly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to go no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. Means he has ties to the professor and Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson's shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Let's go! Well, it seems like the only thing I can do is go to his office, so... Mr. Totally Not Anything Like Damon Gant. Or I guess Damon Gant is more like him. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. It's fine, Lord Strongheart, by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Vanzi's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43... Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Yeah, frickin' talk to me, bitch. Does Prosecutor Aosugi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Valley. People believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may very well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. The country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was Professors? The trial of Genshin Aosugi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these cues are about in here. You expect people to fall in line and not question anything, which makes you suspicious. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Man, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruto. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Well, we gotta check up on... We gotta check up on our client. Can't just leave him there. Lord Francisque's reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? Must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? Someone to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruto? Francisque, speaking earnestly? Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part of benefits the cause, a cause I myself have been committed to pursuing. Then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many tames on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the Hughes in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. I'm gonna guess that was Gregson. Someone that you can't mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! Gregson? The Reaper? I mean, it makes sense. At the very least, he has the information, because he would have the ability to get that information. So the reason you're investigating Instructor Gregson is because you intend to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Rexy, that he was behind all those awful criminals being there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he really needed a firm alibi. Yeah, makes sense. Which is Mr. Vigil came in, posing as an inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. What? If you can name the man, you can have the truth on any of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Huh? Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asashin? What? That freaking pun! That freaking pun! Asashin! Wild. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asha Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Oh. She was the one behind those killings? Wild. She aimed at a man posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her to escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. No, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. Can't mention it here. She killed Dr. John H. Wilson. This Iris doesn't know. It's very likely that the man was her father. You need to tell her eventually! It's gonna hurt even more the longer you freaking wait. Sashin, you should let my father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi, you say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. And in many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. Down with the bourgeois! Well, that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and an upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Are you sure? Are you sure Clint is very innocent as you so describe? So I'm having one sane mind. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the Professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were talking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a beep, you're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him. I hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. It's when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It's Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. It still doesn't excuse you from being a freaking racist ass hat, but whatever. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. Seeing how I believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Even assassination orders to Jezail Brett. Mr. Naruto, let's go and inform my father. Sure, government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. The Waterloo! Thought it yesterday, thinking again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. Wouldn't you say? Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Father! This is your daddy, Susie. How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Holmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As a knight of the symposium was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Well, thank you very much. Well, I'm fairly sure you omitted by Cosma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Aosugi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured in such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten. No, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? Wonder where Judge Shigoko has got to. Well, might as well just talk. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard of rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asashin? You mean that Jezal Bretwin was responsible for killing my great friend? No, a friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. That's not something I used to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Again! You should frickin' tell her before it gets even worse! I just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind. So that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credit author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why he was keen to recuperate and invite him to Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Jezile Brett. Why? Why the heck have a Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows something about that case. It seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. So we thought, yes. Back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Haven't seen Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! That guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. So since the Symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have to go to explore at the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Shojigoku having once been in the dock himself. Ah, yes. So it's hidden without a cursed trial. The close trial. Kazuma's far. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, it was really easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together yesterday, please. What a lovely picture. Seriously shout, we've arrived in Britain. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. No, that's so true. What about the favor? So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... what? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Suzuto, you should understand. You see now courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is at an infancy, especially when it comes to defense. You mean... Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Suzuto's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruto, are precisely the man our country needs. So you'd be leaving then, Yurino. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Suzuto, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it. Come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Thought I hadn't even crossed my mind. But till now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. Turns out, he's still alive, so... Where's that leave me? You gotta decide for yourself, buddy. Well, if you excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to our next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Well, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruto. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? Something tells me he's not going to be able to go home just quite yet, but I don't know. You know, Kazuma-sama's always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? But, Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruto. Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now. Ooh! Well... My father was just now to send a telegram to the Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see the scent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Suzuto. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Does that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Now then, you may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. Certainly I have no time to hide behind cities and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the Simulus to your hands then, my dear fellows. But wait a minute, Miss Sholmes. He sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace. Left an unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Yay. Let's catch up with Father at the telegram office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Wonderful. Wonderful. I guess let's go to the hospital bed. What else can I do? This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer. Hello, Ken. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. I had exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few minutes ago, too. You just missed him. But Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I carried such a sense of guilt. That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to see myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned about my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this just deserves for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the Professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, just tell exactly what really happened. I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had carried out those investigations that it would take his identification to impersonate him. He pretended to be an inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? But no, never! A common street peddler could possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All we do is go to a specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think, Detective Carl Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on the Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. As usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and he was very vocal about my presence. Then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. That's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. Following day, they kept their word and released me. Returned the inspector's identification to you, however. He had arranged to meet in Frezzo's room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshots. It was at midnight on 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. Prosecutor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself had been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in history. Country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I feel I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken into its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just beyond the prison. A chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only execution and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for the word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. Procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. For some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. Didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes. Only imagine that Aosugi, having escaped his execution, somehow was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in the Lowgate Cemetery. Assuming there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. Certainly hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to get Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Aosugi couldn't possibly escape that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Aosugi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy. Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially establishing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total, and I was chief warder. I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean, exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quite quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes." Following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As it was said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. There were special conditions at Asogi's incarceration, see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? Allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. At the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. And the powers that we were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leading any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. No idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Would you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I had to pretend I seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It seemed that it isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Aosugi's will, but it somehow disappeared. It was after Aosugi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Aosugi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family back home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. You're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Oh, I didn't mean to... didn't search through them myself. Governor Kaden was livid. He was screaming, "Canada disappeared completely!" That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understand that only Mr. Vigil is aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Yes, you're right! Really don't know how he knew. It certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Aosugi papers. The Aosugi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well... what happened? Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Yeah. Yo. There's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, personally, a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Yes? What is it? The Aosugi papers. I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genjin Aosugi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that had something to do with his plan to escape. So anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, he'd be Mr. Vigil's governor. And we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Back to Berkeley. With the big old cannot believe man. Give me one moment. Just closing up my window a little bit. My window. Back again, are ya? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations or the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, that he doesn't work here anymore, so your case is not to do with Barclay. Wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He wasn't given the chop. Aye, Kimmer. He can very well. How about a wee handcuff biscuit? They really are like little handcuffs, as hard as irons, too. So, what brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. It's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I no say? Gregson says it's not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had to collaborate on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. Coroner confirmed the death of the man in his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? How could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. But Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened. He was so despairing. He jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just trying to get out of it. Do you think he wouldn't have jumped out from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. Saying otherwise, though, would you? Whereas I cannot shall no responsibility myself. Shouldn't have just let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that can all that time now. With Gregson having just been murdered, and that we're forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving away anything. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you back home with nothing to Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Well, it wouldn't be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become enigmatic. I suppose. Is anybody who might still can move out what happened back then? He'd be the last from the forensic division. Maria Gori. Maria Gori? Aye, Sight's daughter. She didn't have no more. Just the one. But the wee brains followed her in Mom's footsteps. She didn't even have her without a scalpel in her hand. Right, the daughter. Mask only. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? Sight's daughter, Maria Gori. Could do with talking with her. She's Dr. Sight's daughter, but their surname's Gori? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. We grew up watching our mom with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her life. Cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was charged with Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. Really need to speak to Miss Gorius herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about a part of any of this. Years for young learners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you give up on this, laddie? Stop having to pose the questions. Sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away? No. Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? Sorry, but I need the papers. What come about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well, can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. You've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? Professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Is that the end of the silence treatment? After the convent's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Evers, no. You have had a half cock there. I didn't think you'd get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. We heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worthy possessions to his son back in the homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi Nado Doubtable. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the dramas of the last year of an execution, we sent the man's position back to his clan in Japan. That was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Miss Onono, just in case. One day before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I would just prefer it. Inserting an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. Understandable. Have a good day. Let's go here, I guess. See Kazuma. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. He's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. He just happens to sit Seitsa style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dreams advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for one second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a round courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. Truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful for you, Jusu Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I shake about the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but so it's just another twist of fate. I've done a lot of things during my time in London. But how Susto-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. I don't know if I could get away to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruto. Tell me, boy. It's getting on for a year now. This is what happened on the SS Boria. Heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. Thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was in their little room. There's supposedly flowers by the pillow. It took me a while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I stepped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. I already suffered from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Tess awaits you there. His calling I couldn't ignore. compelled me relentlessly. On deck, I saw that it was on a huge steamship we were docked in a large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they do to carry your body off the ship. Looking at this situation, I have the feeling that this was in the same way my last chance. Threw myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared in the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could play my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all of my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. Realized now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. How terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. Still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I had moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, actually, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. Took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Stark was there to attend a meeting. And that's when the second feather in my cap came into play. That had been your knowledge of law? Yes, exactly. Lord Stark was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. Took me with him to Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you in Yume, talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. Took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. Told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume, I'm forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. That one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I had read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It says that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. Oh no! So of the letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all these years. Presumably, the letter was from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. Still, it could have been written by anyone. Why did you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. What did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku, the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my brave mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Truth about my father, Genshin Aosugi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazama-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It's an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself. It turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Marok van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be the mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course, he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma... On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Oh boy. autopsy? Maybe. This came up in the trial, and it something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. Just as you came, which certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the handle, it's certainly a distinct possibility that evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, I'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. Last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. London Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind the Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate? By Barclay Prison, you mean? You know of it, do you? Prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to be forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Warring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is a symbol of Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karama? Does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It is an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. We'll prove as much in the court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to do as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Expect nothing less. Till tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. See ya then, Kazuma. Gonna see you in court. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Yeah, it certainly looks a lot more colorful. Being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. Actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the corridor probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris? I think we could change the subject. Oh no. Oh no. What was that? That's a knife being sharpened. Or she's dissecting right now. Dr. Gory? What? That noise before? I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep them perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the Calabrine fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharp scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Yes, please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? We came here to ask questions, so... Well, present the autopsy. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. There's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh. It's not my fault. She's cute. Bit of a frickin' goth girl too. Ooh, nice. Well, that made me jump. Please, tell us what happened. So why does this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Miles Strongheart. The Lord Chief Justice, he came here. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witnesses' statements about the gunshot and the other events, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. That's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory. Hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. Sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Hmm? She's scribbling so furiously. There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. But... What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could have easily coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there's one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of Spenton's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset putrefaction. The overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, and only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled. Wait. Give me one moment. Alright, sorry about that. Had to do something real quick. Alright, let's get going again. Chilled or not, yeah, remember that. Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems? Surely. Chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. Don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But in a factory? Some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the director's body has been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But it must have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate with your previous deduction, Mr. Naruto. Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Stronger of this possibility? He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerator of that size in the vicinity. Oh yes, one other thing. Something the governor of Barclay prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of that professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... you wonder if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? Brother Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. The judge in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. It took being Inspector Gregson, of course. What an accomplishment for one man. The autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, an amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this table, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I'm wondering if you tell us more exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was just so proud of her. But the execution didn't exactly take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with a jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. Because you admitted the time of death on this autopsy report? It's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. Big man with little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was straight by the chief warder. It says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zinks. It's at the time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. Excuse me. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. Turned out that he was the professor's final victim when the autopsy was performed. Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. Person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Whack? That's right, my daddy. So one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, that would be Mikotoba. Must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. Oh damn, Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. The outcome of the historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asuke as the infamous mass murderer. Do you ever know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? True. They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with their other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Zieks. That's strange. But what, Mr. Naruto? They're missing, aren't they? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. There must be. That means somebody took them so we wouldn't have that information. Somebody took them away? No one's allowed to take documents related to Professor Case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. When's the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. Consulting detective came out today and said he had to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris can't be right, can it? He's been shady lately, so I don't doubt it. Iris? Runo? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. No, it's very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. No, there's no need. You and Renault can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's been behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I've had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. That's all we came to ask now. Yeah, basically. I guess let's go to the scene of the crime. Police are still busily investigating here then. She's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? It's been let's be quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Or seeing what her boss taught her. I suspect she should be out for too long. Shall we wait? Probably, yeah. Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Can always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Well, the trunk is different. That wasn't there before. Soldier was here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. Must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Huh? TG? It's Gregson's. Let's ask one of the policemen when they know how it came to be here. Boy, what do you think you're doing? It's my trunk, that is, and hands off. Sheena. Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something untended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Sheena, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. It's fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial. What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk is good with me either. I always has. Where have you been in the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Oh boy. Well, I guess let's talk You should hear him talking in the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all of them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else wanted in the yard knew nothing about. Just all the criminals we got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Menzies who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? Here's a notebook hidden in his office. No, this doesn't sound good. And it details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. Just me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, yeah, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. What have you written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could have been an explanation for that. So his record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognize anyway. Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of the London's criminal underworld. Oh, yeah, but there was this one name right at the end that was a bit odd. Unless you mean? Pretty sure that date against it was 31st October. Date for Inspector was found dead. So what's the odd name? I don't think a name I've seen before. Something like, No, that's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. Something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything but... Did you just say Shin? Eh? What does it mean, something? Lord Menzies knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The one who actually did the deeds. Now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Yay! Haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Busy in that. The lads of the yards were trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. Day before? That would have been the undercover investigation in the Redhead League then. The boss didn't go, did he? He found some cove. Spreading to be in Yodo. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on the Lime Stream that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. When me and my partner get here together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, such a faithful friend. So have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business ain't in it. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here. Right, because he looks so hellish, honest. Gina, about your hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, I mean. He's a pride of the force, he is. Japanese police dog means something quite different. Not altogether nice to those involved in crime. Here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. Should be, after all. Great exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch to send them, I wonder? Hairpiece? Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to. My, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, must belong to him. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. You think got away with it, too. He stuck so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us. Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? It's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth with that trunk. If it weren't like that, it just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through the head of yours. That ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Son of a no! I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, between them wooden boards is the boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. And then the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? And I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needed anymore, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Be Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to the flog. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. It's pretty decent drunk, so I figured I might as well make a use of it. Sure, someone wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Doing with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Huh? What's the matter, Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? So, be careful. It must be the trunk. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I was attacked. Toboyoi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. O! Mr. Odo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. Whack. What a freaking interaction. Mr. Nodo, are you alright? Miss Susto? Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly. What is or isn't is it irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes? I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? Fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? Bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Nato. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm just letting you know I'm okay. Gina, I'm really sorry. Staff didn't it? If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go ang for all I cared. Got a police, ain't we? To catch the bludgers. So us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry? I think I have heard that properly. He said he was gonna teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. All he got around to showing me is where the best flaming fish and ships shops are. Actually, that reminds me. Rexit said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Something wrong? Oh, no, I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. Just that timing seems very coincidental. Hmm? You know, Boss was acting a bit strange recently. He was always in a rush. Gotta go to the big... You gotta go get the best fish and chips in town. Alright, so... Guess we go here, maybe?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Boden, Wien, Feuerberg.
What?
Den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen, deine Wut. Herr mit dem Knacker,
Who's playing the German song? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. And that's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who is... That's your dad. That's your dad. Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. Do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but... would you be so kind to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the god seduction within me to find their voices too. Shones, do you mean? Oh boy. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a union full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying to so desperately conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where it's all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray to enjoy Herluxion's latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. That's Susado's freaking dad! As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what he asked to desist. So why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, is Iris is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar. It resulted in this joyful diddly tumbling in incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself that I may join the fellow in this state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsrick Sigmunds von Ormenstein, the King of Germany. Wait, I remember that freaking name. I remember that name from a specific Sherlock Holmes story.
If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. He's decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this master is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Sure, Sholmes, sure. Which leaves us with the one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently explodable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your patron, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. Now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that his high spirit broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you need to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes? I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. to tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. You haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. You know the grievance, Mr. Naruto? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. Other than that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Right, the King of Bohemia, right. Goodness, was it? Yes, it's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruto, that it's our turn to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Shulman is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Well, it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. One truth is incontrovertible. My favorite copy cup is no more! So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what he has to desist. So why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what, some sort of mix that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... So how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time if you look closely. His lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what exactly to respond for that spirited singing. Suppose the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Take that!
The gramophone. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is read by the gramophone. Indeed, for there is no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruto. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the SETI? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ormenstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Ah, yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? Sure they do, well, probably anyway. Point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we all know. As we can identify the true owner of this mask. Where is he? Kazuma.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that my mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my mainly subtly unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. I'm gonna save. That way I can make sure I'm not losing any progress. Well, it doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it does know a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Yeah, it's frickin' Mikotoba. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Jodo, you must be... No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning are just looking insane. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently indescribable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's £5 note poking it from the Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. Not sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father wouldn't have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silence type himself, though, judging by his present state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. That's what Iris is trying to hide, not to give away with her eyes. Something entirely different. Hmm. This metal chest contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris' father, if I remember correctly. She says that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. Entirely irreplaceable. Look at it now. The cache is unlocked for once. So it is. It's hard to ignore. Very. Never seen that chest unlocked before, and all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street. Yeah, that's what she's looking at.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation. Upon a closer inspection, there's something different that the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. Once a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Wild! Mr. Sholmes! He's dead. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that pointing the finger before. Miss Sugito. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and then think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. The key.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for her silence until now is that key behind your back. Huh. Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and sprawled on the settee. But wait, it doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the top of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? For those curious details, I can't think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Or she made it seem like he was drinking tea and just fell asleep. Is that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Professor Mikotoba opened the chest completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung into the air, just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. He kept turning it through the air, and when it caught on the professor's finger. Yep, you made it to say that stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the Great Detective's office, after all. Place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. Happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruto's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruto. But in the final act of the show, there you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! You to cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Where that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So to put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Must have been smashed when Miss Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Now that the deduction has taken a different direction, doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Her observation seals to work out here one final time then. Oh, hello.
Take that!
Hello there. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks? Yes, I do seem to recall. That's some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there are... Sorry. Forgive me. Oh. Damn. In truth, I would like to have a thought I could have thought I predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. Assuming this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Something in that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. I saw this report. I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can imagine alone, thank you. You have a tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris fruit to stew. Alright. There's just no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Mr. Sholmes make himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Let's use this opportunity to talk with Iris. I know what's going on. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner? Yes. Notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. It's only natural. Just like any other girl your age. I heard that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. This was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. Decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I call myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. Decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me take a look after it for you until we get there. Let's go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Or Iris, she must be feeling awful. No, Mr. Jones is here for her, but still. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've not noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Suzuto? He turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruto. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. Professor Mikotoba's? Which means Professor Mikotoba is the actual Watson of this world. Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What does all that mean, Mr. Sholmes? It's the idea that's suddenly forming my mind. Just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. That makes no sense. Not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow. Pray and take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with his dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? He saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. You really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could have truly have called a friend. Did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. Sounds like your records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand. And the autopsy report was written through, not signed by your famous partner. There can only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Suzuto's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba! Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Ryuji Mikotoba, your father.
Of course. It's obviously too much for Suzuto-san to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray, remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and expense. Was enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working in the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. Suspicion over cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. The last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case of which you become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor's killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shone's famous partner. Father? Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. It is all over a matter of Iris's father. Of course. Almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. You're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father. And he wrote all those case notes. Then Iris's father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Suzuto. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You two have hit upon the method at last. Finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've already told me, father. Is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Great Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. There it is, Suzuto's ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong idea of the shtick. Sholmes, say something, man! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Miko Tobin and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. Sholmes! Really must give Suto a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in infinite nostalgia, I quite explicitly pass out. As if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely. Susato. Sending the great detective and his great partner off on a renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your work here is done for the day? I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching decision. Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose?
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
The final case. But we'll get that started another time. Let me look at something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, last case is pretty much going to be mostly all trial at that point. Mostly, I assume. So we're gonna stop for now, and we'll come back to this next week, pretty much. And we'll see where that goes. I don't know how long final case will take, but I'd assume it'll be relatively long, since it's gonna be the conclusion. But yeah, appreciate y'all coming by out today. We'll be streaming again tomorrow with Vanquish, playing another Platinum Games game. But yeah, appreciate you coming, and I'll see y'all tomorrow for that. I'll see y'all later. Take care.